Okay, perfect. About ready to start. Sorry to make y'all. I'm just turn off this alarm so it doesn't interrupt us. I'm gonna try to finish this evening. I'm gonna go until like 11:30. It's about 6:45 Central Time right now. So if anybody knows me, I'm an artist that paints full time. I'm a disabled veteran. I use this time. I use my my talent to help different nonprofits and stuff, and you know I don't make no money out of my art, but you know, I help, I do art for portrait and non-portrait for different causes. So this happens to be a teenage daughter of a lady that's, I don't think she'd mind because she tells people, she told me, but basically a lady that's gone through a She-Brews transition program, and she spent like 8 or 9 years in prison. So she's gotten out. She's serving coffee, and wasn't this she's reading. I was her daughter. This is her daughter, and so the lady that's in a women's transition program, to get out of prison, she asked me to paint her teenage daughter. This is her daughter, and so I'm just really honored that she's allowed me to to trust me with that to paint her loved one. And so whenever people ask me to paint their loved ones, I'm really honored, and so with that, I do my best effort. So that's what I'm gonna do this evening. I'm turning off the alarms right now, but with that, I have a calendar that I'm doing for She-Brews. It's a second annual calendar. I have the paper. I just got like I got to do 12 months, so I got 3 months already done. I got 9 more to do, so I'd say 9 days at the latest. At the same time, I got some other art that when I do non-portrait, I want to give that to a lady named Miss Rogers. She wrote a book and she had a movie she made, and so her book was she promotes her book, and it's how she escaped from prison. It's a metaphor for how she changed her life. She wasn't. She's a minister now. She doesn't have a church, but she goes around promotes her book, promotes positivity, and so I'm going to do a second portrait for her, Miss Rogers, and so. But then I have some non-portrait art I need to give her, and then she's gonna keep, half the proceeds. The other half, uh, I'm not touching the money. It's gonna go to an attorney and then Simple Trust. I've talked to Rhonda Bear, the founder. She'll get a third to help with women in transition, and it's such a real program, the She-Brew program, and was it was Rhonda Bear and starting that like a year before last. Approximately 70 children were, you know, the women got 70 children back into their homes and stuff. And so the need for the money and the community to help these women that are really trying to change, there's a real, there's a real need there, financially and other stuff to fill in the gap and stuff you know, uh, and that's like a segue to the other thing. So Rhonda Bear has another organization, Fill in the Gap, I believe it's called, and it's to bridge, the gap between, giving, because I guess in my state, it's the second or the first highest for incarceration of women, something like that. And so with that, bringing awareness, like this calendar I'm doing, second annual calendar. I try to be there almost every day. Sometimes I need to recharge my battery. Like I took about 5 days off. Now I'm going to be going 7 days a week. So I'm going to give this art again to Miss Rogers. Miss, I got several projects going on at the same time. So this one here is for Miss in Transition Program as a teenage daughter, free of charge, of course. And then I have a calendar that I'm making. The next 5 years, I've made a calendar annually now, so half a decade. I am working on, I almost have it done. I got 9 more panels that are just some landscapes and stuff. So that'd be, have a coffee table on the panels, basically the painting, and then it has bay windows, 'cause where I'm at, it has bay windows, and it has a cup of coffee and the paintings for the counter, which I did last year. I'm doing the same thing as far as the general template, so to speak, and it has She-Brews on the coffee cup so people can see the table, coffee cup. They got the bay windows, and so so they'll think about it. I don't think the counters make money. Now, something new that I need to start also as I'm talking, I'm thinking, I got a lot on my plate, but I'm going to do this 7 days a week, you know, um, and what it is this something else that's new besides Miss Rogers and me giving her some landscape art, me doing the counter, me painting them. This isn't all the time. You know, the painting the women and their children in the program. That's every so often. They've been through a lot. Not all of them ask me. There's basically very few. Because they've been through a lot. So I'm honored this lady asked me to paint her teenage daughter. And so with that, I have a calendar I'm doing for She-Brews, contacting news. They should come out for that. Second annual one. They came last year. I have, Miss Rogers, that's going to sell some non-portrait art. I need to do her second portrait. She sold her first one. I said, keep all the money. I don't want the money out of it. And the second one, she keep all the money. But the landscape art, she keep half. The other half she give to my son. So I'm not messing up what I got. I live in the projects. I got a place to live in my head. I'm disabled vet. My goal is to have a third from the landscape art that I give to Miss Waters. She keep half, and then the other half it'll go to a third. So one third I will go to my son and my grandbabies. I don't want no money. And then the other one, first and foremost, would be Rhonda Bear because she has allowed me to be on the news 4 times in the last year approximately and use her place to get exposure. Now I'm a professional artist with Meta slash Facebook. They're billion-dollar organization. They forced me to, which is positive, to become a professional artist. And so, as it is, whenever I post something, I have the option to, monetize that for each commercial. And I haven't done that yet because I want to get an attorney first and get set up a trust. And so I don't have any money. It goes to one third to She-Brews, other one third go to um, from my art for that Miss Rogers is going to sell. That's non-portrait. One third She-Brews, one third to the Emergency Shelter for Veterans only. And even with that, I'm not handling the money, so everybody knows everything I do is above board. I, worked at the Coffee Bunker Place for Veterans for about 4 years after I got out of Veterans Court. And I've been paying the day. I started on the day I graduated Veterans Court, so almost 4.5 years ago. And I painted a couple hundred veterans. So when I speak and I say I'm going to do something, it's not, hey, believe in me. And I haven't put in the work. I've done a couple hundred portraits of veterans. So the veteran community know who I am. And so my goal is the Coffee Bunker is a great place for veterans. It was, is, and always will be. Uh, and so they just don't have a place for veterans at night to sleep at. And so I'm trying to open an emergency shelter for veterans only. And so with that, I painted a guy named Evan from Be Heard, and I painted the mayor, and I painted Rhonda Bear. And so Rhonda Bear and Evan, they're going to contact the mayor and let them know what my intent is, and that is I'll open the first ever emergency shelter for veterans only. I I got a lot on my plate, and so with that, I want to do that. It'd be like the day center, have some mats on the floor, and have it separated by tables. One side for the women, and their children, like at the day center at night, and then the front side would be for the men, and then we have the basically where you check in. It's raised up, so for safety of the staff, but mainly so you can see down. And basically, with the day center in Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's cool and everything. It's good. It serves its purpose for civilians. But and the building was donated by some billionaires or people with hundreds of millions of dollars. So and then it was given to City Tulsa run that. But my place I need to get something for veterans to lay their head because they have different issues than civilians. And a friend of mine, Brandon Baca, who went to the coffee bunker, again, there's no reflection on the coffee bunker. It's a great place. Mary Ligon is the founder of that. Her son, uh, Daniel, committed suicide years ago, and so she sold coffee and donuts out the back end of her station wagon in a church parking lot about 15, a little bit over 15 years ago. So she eventually got a place. She's the founder. Eventually got a place that's just for veterans, so they come and talk and socialize, get all that stuff they need. You know, the only thing, and so they've been working in the same place 15, 16 years now. And so we're at 41st and Sheridan in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I worked there for 4 years up until about a year and a half ago. And so I paid my work there. And then at the time, staying on point, Brandon Baca, he froze to death over, a weekend that it was closed. And, that's nobody's fault. He had traumatic brain injury. He got stabbed in his neck. He had, oh, he, I don't want to, in short, he lost a lot of blood. It's hard for him to actually think. He was a younger guy. He wasn't old enough to really be in the nursing home. So he kind of had a drinking problem. He had a drinking problem before, but then he went to 12 and 12. So when he froze, I truly believe it was an Arctic. It just happened to be an Arctic wind that came from Canada down to Tulsa, Oklahoma overnight, and I think he just went to sleep and froze to death. Just didn't realize how close it would be. He had trouble getting around town before, and me and there was a lady at the coffee bunker. I can't remember her name right now, but we had called the city of Tulsa for like a certain kind of bus. We'd take him to the places they stayed at, but before, you know, he had trouble. So my place would be for veterans uh, just may have a substance issues, may have anger problems, have traumatic brain injury, just been bad from other places, might have, you know, and so with that, that's what my place would be. It'd be more inclusive, and it'd be specific for veterans, men and women, and so, it just. It's time, it's time for Tulsa. They're helping. The mayor had just got something in negotiated deal with the former juvenile center in West Tulsa. Was it they're going to turn that into oh, basically a place for a homeless shelter for civilians. And then my friend Evan, who runs Be Heard, again he now, as of when I talked to him about 10 days ago, now about 11, 12 days ago, he talked to the mayor last week, and so his place, the church that he's at, is actually going to be his is going to be the first ever for civilians emergency shelter for inclement weather, uh, and yeah, by executive order of Mayor Monroe Nichols. And so with that, yeah, with that, I'm trying to. So my art serves a purpose, and trying to bring awareness. So, but then I just want to be a founder, and I know what'll work and what won't work with, you know, with the veterans, and that's why I worked at the coffee bunker uh, for all those years, and I see a place for my veterans to lay their head down to where, you know, yeah, that's about it. So I need to talk to the mayor. Just come up, please. I'll be working 7 days a week now for the holidays. Oh yeah. The other thing I was going to say is a guy named Mr. Young, who is operation manager over at She-Brews, the one in Tulsa. They have two locations. One's in Claremore, the other one's in Tulsa. The one in Claremore's been there about 15 years. And so the one in Tulsa has been there about 5, going on 6 years now. I've been there about a year and a half. And so Mr. Young, he did. He finally asked me about 2 months ago. Now I've been there about a year, 3 months, almost a year and a half, approximately. And so last December I've been there about 2, 3 months, so they didn't really know me. But 2, 3 months ago, Mr. Young asked me, "Hey, Mike, you're on the news all the time for your art. Can you do something for the women, as far as do some art that uh, that would be specifically to raise money for the gifts for the women's children. I'm like, sure, man. I'm honored that you asked me to do it. So that's another thing I'm been doing. So Miss Rogers, you know, doing a calendar. The calendar wouldn't be too. That's just something I think about a week. So this whole month in November. So yeah, it's really I want to have the art for the women as far as contact the news to raise money for toys for them. That I want to have done by December 1st. So it's like the 7th of November. So within 21 days, yeah, 30 days in November. Um, I want to have that done. So I'll contact the news December 1st, and then that would give the public about 3 weeks to come. To actually, I'd like to have it done before then, so the day after Thanksgiving. Um, so I have a lot on my plate. I'm gonna be working 7 days a week as a point. I want to open a grocery shelter for veterans only. I have other people that are influential and have their own businesses that know the mayor. So I finished with the mayor's portrait. I'm just an artist to him who doesn't know me. Uh, and me just being an artist does a whole weight in itself, of being painting his portrait. But anyway, hopefully I have his attention. I look forward to Evan from B. Herb said he would drive me down to the city hall, and we would speak to the mayor or at least his assistant. So about 10, 11, 12 days ago, Evan from B. Herb, he came and touched She-Brews where I paint out of during the day. And so he got his portrait, took a picture of that. He took a picture of the mayor's portrait. He sent that to the mayor's assistant. And so Evan said, when you want, we could schedule it to where, you could go up there and meet the mayor, talk to him about your plans. I want to actually kind of have it written out, a summary, and that'd be in the near future. I'd like to have a public meeting on Tuesday at Performing Arts Center, but I don't want to seem like just walking to him, just here you go, I have something written and his portrait. I want it to be actually kind of he knows what's, not just approaching him from I want it to be something he knows what's coming up and meet him in person and have my plan and stuff with the Mercy Shelter for Veterans Only. And so with that, I'm not going to talk. I'm going to get to it. Again, this is somebody's daughter, uh, teenage daughter. I know her mother's in the She-Brew program, transition from prison. And her mother started her life over. Her mother has spent 8 or 9 years in prison. So with that, it's my honor to do this. And I'm going to put one more thing. I got to tab them one more thing as far as doing live. I have YouTube going. I have TikTok going. I need to do one more Facebook. So let me get that going real quick. And then I'm going to have a digital reference picture so I could see, what I'm painting. All right. So. I do want to listen to music or not. So here's my reference. So I just put that. See. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, right there. Yeah, yeah. That way people can kind of see what I'm painting. Got tape that. Clamp it up there real quick. Oh, okay, there we go. Put this one over here. Use it to see. Right. This one's excuse me for a second. Gotta move something around real quick. Yeah. I'm right-handed, so if I had the camera to the right, it would actually be blocking view there. So, okay, that's right there. I don't have to put it over here with my other tablet. So I'm going to place between these two. Yeah, there we go. Is that blocking the other view of the other one? No, not really. Okay, so this is what I do. Okay, let me place something behind it. Wow. Hello. All right. So this one. Hello. So yeah, this one I just turned on his Facebook. I have YouTube over here. I have TikTok over here. So I have three social medias, popular social. I have three popular social media sites going. And so with that, I don't care if I have a single viewer. It's really just so people that actually want to kind of learn about what I'm doing. Because I'm trying to open a emergency shelter for veterans only, but I'm also wanting to do art for a place called She-Brews, and even though I open up my emergency shelter for veterans only, well, that's going to be a founder in that. I still want to do art for She-Brews because there's a need. It's a place. She-Brews is a place for women that get out of prison. They also help women with substance issues. I am a man, but they allow me to do their art and stuff. And they have two different coffee shops. They have other Christian organization. Was it Fill in the Gap or something like that? But Rhonda Bear is a founder, and it helps a lot of women get out of prison. And so with that, they've allowed me to be to paint out of one place. Like here in Tulsa, I'm there. Um, and I've been there for about a year and 3 months. I took about a week off because now, as of today, I'm going 7 days a week, paid 7 days a week, 7 days a week because the holidays and stuff. I have this is actually the basically a teenager of one of the women that's in the program. I know she wouldn't mind me telling this part. Basically, the lady that's in the program, she did 8 or 9 years in prison. She got out. She's at She-Brews in Tulsa. This is her teenage daughter, so I am honored. She asked me to paint her daughter, and so with that, I painted a couple hundred veterans when I got out. A veterans court started the day about 4.5 years ago. The day I graduated veterans court, I painted the preacher that the judge allowed him to film me graduating, and so I've been painting ever since, and will continue to do so. Uh, People seem to really like the art I do, and so it brings a lot of because painting's really just a luxury. It's not some. I'm not the greatest artist, but people seem to like it. So with that, it fulfills a need, and I'm glad. I'm not going to overtalk it, but I'm glad. So glad that people like my art, and so I was telling a little bit of about so She-Brews where I'm at. I want to be there and do art for them continually, and I want to. Even if I open up a emergency shelter, which I will, God willing, the mayor. That's what I was saying on the other two. Facebook's now filming, and so Facebook, um, they delete videos after 30 days, and then so they're. Um, I'm painting this young lady tonight, but I'll go ahead and say for the sake of Facebook, which I turned on this third camera here recently, going on, is I'm working on a second annual calendar for She-Brews. Mr. Young, the operation manager at She-Brews in Tulsa, asked me if I could also contact the news and do some art for, separate, do some art for the women, their children, like so they could sell it, like for Christmas presents. And so I'm looking forward to doing that. I want to have that done by Christmas, if not by the latest December 1st. And I'll contact the news, and hopefully they'll, if nothing else, hopefully the news kind of, boost the message. If not, then it will be the paintings, the non-portrait art for that will be by December 1st for the women, for the people to buy. So that way, I'm not making the money off it, but I'm honored that Mr. Young, because I was there about last, last November, December. I was there about 2 or 3 months then, but they didn't know, you know, They didn't know me that well, but about 2, 3 months ago, Mr. Young asked me if I could do that to help the women with, you know, buy presents for their children and stuff. Not all women that are in the program have children. Some do not, but for those that do, it would help. So I'm doing now. Now I'm doing a second annual calendar. Um, I've done it 5 years now. Calendar, so half a decade. Uh, five, this will be the second annual She-Brew calendar. Not this, but this. This is something totally separate. But non-portrait art. Um, I did the first three calendars at a place called the Coffee Bunker, a place for veterans. I painted a couple hundred veterans, uh, and it was on used a couple times. But really, by going to She-Brews, they had bay windows over at the Coffee Bunker. It's a great place. Like I said before, it always was, is, and always will be. Uh, but it doesn't provide a place for veterans to lay their head down. They help in every way. So that's what my goal is. I worked there for 4 years as a volunteer when I first got out of Veterans Court. Well, before then, and then I worked 4 years straight up until about year and a half ago. Then I went to She-Brews. One of the main reasons is it has no windows in the back in the rally room. There's no windows, so they have one window, but when you stand up, you can't see all of it. And so with that, I painted a couple hundred veterans. And so, in short, the Coffee Bunker helps veterans in every way, uh, but it doesn't have a place for them to lay their heads. And so, what I'm leading to is I have a fellow veteran I knew uh, that went to the Coffee Bunker. His name's Brandon Bonka. He froze to death a little bit over a year ago. So I've been trying to open the emergency shelter for, I was learning what will work or what will work and what will not. And so I have that knowledge. And then I also worked at John 316 for about a year, two different lead positions. At the same time, when I first got out, got out of jail. Was there for quite a while, and then the veteran court let me get into the program, so all my families are off me. Started over. I didn't get any credit for working at John 316. I just did that so I could gain some knowledge because I knew at that time when I was in a cell long for a year straight, within 6 months of being in the cell, I asked the Lord, you know, in my heart, kind of, what, just talking, you know, what can I do? Just thinking out loud when I was in my cell alone, 23 hours, and, in my cell, 1 hour rec. And there's times when I didn't take my rec. I'd try to test myself, see how much I could take. I think it was about 4 to 6 weeks. That's the longest before I'd go out for a 1 hour rec, just to test my endurance. But with that, what I'm trying to say, convey straightforwardly, was being in there 6 months straight of the approximately 1 year I was in there. Uh, and I asked the Lord, what can I do to help out society? And it came to me because I don't hear or see stuff that ain't there. And my point is, the Lord put in my heart, open the emergency shelter for veterans only. So that came to me. So that's something I've been working on at the time when that came to me. So that's been 5.5, maybe 6 years now. So getting closer. I finished the painting Evan from Be Heard, and I met him about 4 or 5 years ago. He came to the Coffee Bunker. We called 4 different news channels that came out. We gave him some gear, winter gear, clothes, jackets, and other stuff. We asked, uh, if he would give preferential treatment to veterans first, because our place is a veteran place. And so that's when I first met him. And then when I left the Coffee Bunker, because I was trying to get my emergency shelter going, and I couldn't really do that after 4 years of being at the Coffee Bunker. Wasn't really, wasn't picking up traction. And Dr. Horton, the executive director, and it's set the way it should be, the way that is meant to be, and the way that Mary Ligon, the founder, wants it, and that's fine. And that is to help veterans in every way. But my place, I have a different vision. That's all. And so with that, I had to leave there, and where I'm at now at She-Brews in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That they've allowed me to be on news 4 times in the last year to boost my message and what I'm trying to do. And so come Monday or Tuesday, makes 1 year ago exactly, that Fox 23 did a news story on me about another portrait I'm doing of a veteran. His name is Bill Parker. He was the first man to step on the beach in Normandy, and so he passed away. He was 98. So I met him and knew him, and we ate at the coffee bar before COVID. And so we hung out at different times. Then COVID happened, and he left because of COVID, being older. And then COVID was over. He went to France. Bill Parker did, and his full name is William Bill Parker. He was Caucasian, but he's also part Native American. So, with that, he's a just Native American month in America. For those from listening from other countries, and so with that, but point is, Bill Parker. I was asked by his caretaker after he passed away, can I do his portrait? So I did one just for his caretaker. I got another one I'm about to finish up of him on a horse. And with that, that Fox 23 approximately a year ago, come up on a year, come Veterans Day, Monday, no, it's Tuesday, today's Friday evening. So I'll have that one down. I'll contact the news anchor again. But the tie-in, straightforwardly to the point, is that news anchor got my message out that I'm trying to open the first ever shelter for veterans only. And so that was great. I got that message out 11 months and 3 weeks ago. And so 2 weeks ago, I talked to Rhonda Bear. I've been in her place about a year and a half. I finally got to tell her what I was trying to do, and that is open an emergency shelter for veterans only. And she said, dude, you got a good heart, because I'm not trying to make no money off my art. I want to give that to other causes. I'm not trying to make any money at the shelter. I'm just trying to be a founder to get going, because I know what it takes, what works, what wouldn't work for veterans, at veteran shelter. And then, so I got to tell Rhonda Bear, I got to talk to Evan again. He asked me to paint his portrait, came to She-Brews a year ago. So finally got his done. Evan, be heard. Oh yeah. So let me stay on point there. And so he called the mayor's office, let him know I did the mayor's painting. And so, but the mayor don't know me, and I'm just a portrait artist. So they're But Evan, he had talked to the mayor before, and he had came out, and the mayor of Tulsa, Monroe Nichols, came to She-Brews about a month ago. And then the mayor, Monroe Nichols, went to Evan's place where he gives showers and gives out clothes. And, I know Evan from 4 or 5 years ago when he came to the coffee bunker. He started out with a pickup truck and a trailer, and it had a portable shower. He had like clothes in a rack and stuff, and he would go meet people where they're at. Now, as of about 3 or 4 months ago, I found out on the news that Evan, he has a place that's outside a church that's over on Admiral in Tulsa, Oklahoma, to where he has a semi-trailer long unit that actually heats up the water, has showers for people, and actually he has a place, washer and dryers there, and then has, and just has more resources now for them. And the mayor came to this place. Now, with that being said, so basically I found out 3 or 4 months ago that Evan had came up, had a permanent spot. Now, as of when I talked to Evan about 10, 11, 12 days ago, he called the mayor's office and talked to his assistant and gave the mayor, sent a picture to the mayor's assistant. I don't know who, but Evan said, showed the mayor's assistant, Monroe Nichols' portrait. And from there, Evan said, hey, man, We can go to the mayor's office sometime. I'll take it if you want, and then we could talk to him about your plan to open emergency shelter for veterans. So that was about 10, 11, 12 days ago now. As of like, what's it, Friday? So as of like 3 or 4 days ago, I just found out that Evan, the mayor, so Evan's talked to Mayor Simpson, and then Evan, he's open. The mayor did executive order, and the church, um, yeah, there's the church where I guess Evan was doing his thing outside the church. Well, now that church is actually going to be, according to the mayor and the news and stuff, that church is going to be the first ever inclement weather by executive order. I know Nichols had ordered it, and Evan had talked to the mayor, which is great because I'm not there yet. I'm just still paying. I don't have an actual building, so I'm glad that Evan talked to the mayor, and the mayor got that going by executive order to have Evan's place, the church, um, be an inclement weather thing, which is the first ever. Apparently, that's what the news said, and that was like by Emily Hall, I believe, is the mayor, Monroe Nichols, homeless outreach person to the city Tulsa, the mayor's office, and she gave the news story. And so with that, I need to talk to her. I need to talk to the mayor and see about my thing for veterans and keep other veterans, from freezing to death, And so for now, because of my buddy, uh, there's a whole backstory on that. But Brandon Bacher, he had got stabbed in his neck, had lost a lot of blood. He was a shorter dude. He was a signalman. And so with that, I had actually where I was, staying at the time 4 years ago, um, 3.5 years ago, I was homeless. And so let me say this. So the manager where my buddy, he's in a nursing home now. His name's Casey, but he drinks a lot. But the manager, Stephen Ray, he said, "Hey man, I've seen you on the news before. How man, you can stay here on the low, because I see you just go to work, no BS, and you're a good guy." So he let me stay with my buddy for a while, like a year or so, year and a half, and then from there, about 2.5 years ago, I talked to somebody named, well, her name's Alice, and she's civilian, but she works for the VA for the homeless outreach. Hold on a second. Again, I talked to Alice, who's civilian, but works for the U.S. government, the Veterans Administration. And Alice, I told her, hey, this guy, Brandon Baca, he's homeless. He got stabbed in his neck, and we're standing there in an office with her. She came to the coffee bunker. Brandon had staples in his neck. And we got a picture of that. So he nearly died when he was trying to chase after somebody. Hey, some female. Hey, you got my clothes and stuff. Brandon Baca. So a lady turned around, stabbed his neck, tried to kill him. Eventually, he froze him. But at the time, Brandon Baca, I talked to Alice. I said, this dude, he'd been stabbed in his neck as she could see, And so I'm homeless, but I tried to help Brandon Bacher with a place over my buddy's place, Casey. I'm homeless trying to help another homeless veteran. My point is, it's officially documented. Alice with the VA, who's works for the United States government. So that's documented. It's not like I'm making that up. So there's an origin story there, kind of like Mary Ligon, her son Daniel committed suicide, and that's how she started She-Brews. No, excuse me, Coffee Bunker, and then like Rhonda Bear, where I've been for the last year and a half, she has her origin story, but she turned her life around and she's helping other people. Mary Ligon with the Coffee Bunker is helping people with all their, place for them to come and get all the benefits and other stuff to me. For me, my origin story is me trying to help out Brandon Bach. Even when I was homeless, I tried to give him a spot. Eventually, was it Stephen Ray, the manager, who knew me from the portraits I'd done. He'd seen me on news. Stephen Ray said, "Hey man, you're cool. You're a homeless vet, but the other guy, Brandon Bach, that's one too many vets. Homeless vets here, and We still my buddy, Casey, and he's in a nursing home. He drinks so much, and he's turned off. But this was like 2.5 years ago, and since then, Brandon Baca, well, I want to say about a year, 9 months ago, maybe 2 years ago, Brandon Baca was 12, and then he was straight, and so from there, you know, a few months later, within a few months, he froze to death out there. So with that being said, Brandon Baca had traumatic brain injury, had lost all blood, when he got stabbed in his neck, had stable in his neck where he got stabbed there. So it was hard for him to think and navigate. That's what I'm trying to do. Open a place for veterans that may have a substance issue. Not saying there's veterans that may have cognitive issues, emotional issues, may have substance issues, may have anger issues. They've been banned from fighting with the other people at other shelters, but they're veterans. That's what I want to open up. That's why I'm trying to open the emergency shelter in Veterans Home. And Evans, when they had me talk to the mayor, well, the mayor said, "Dude, I can't." She said, "Dude, uh, you have a good heart." But what I'm trying to say, she also said, "I can't wait for you to open up your shelter." So with that, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm doing, you know, I'll always be doing, art for She-Brews because they help me out, give me, so a third of the money that I'm going to be making from having another lady. Her name's Miss Rogers. She wrote a book and made a movie, but she came in to where I was at, She-Brews. And that's why I'm so grateful for She-Brews because, I like the coffee bunker, so these can just walk in the back. But with being at She-Brews, I got to meet up with Evans from Be Heard again a year ago. Then I got, I told you what, he said 10 to 12 minutes ago. We're going to talk to him there. And then from there, I met Miss Rogers, who wrote a book. I actually took a snapshot of her into her book a couple of years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. Now, with that being said, she came in, saw me, so I did a portrait for Miss Rogers. She wrote a book called How She Escaped from Prison. I'm paraphrasing it, I forget the exact title, but How She Escaped from Prison or I Escaped from Prison, something like that. So anyway, with that, it's a metaphor for how she changed her life around. Miss Rogers is actually a minister. She didn't actually have a church, but anyway, with that, she goes around promoting the book and stuff. She's going to sell some of my non-portrait art. I'm not handling any money. With that, one third will go to She-Brews, one third will go to emergency shelter. Well, one half is, lot, excuse me, Miss Rogers, of the half that would be for, different causes. I'm setting up a trust. I'm not handling any money. My son's going to do that. He has his own business, has a tax ID number, and so one third will go to that trust for him and my grandchildren, so people know I'm not a narcissist and help out everybody in society, but not my own family. That's what one third will go to my family, not me, and my grandchildren. The other one third will go to the Mercy Shelter for Veterans Only. Another one third will go to Rhonda Bear and her women for her organization, to help the women. And some women don't have children, but help out the women and their children, but all the women and stuff that are transitioning, that's in the She-Brew program. So that's it. And I'm not handling any money, so people know there ain't no funny business. It's actually going to be going of the one third, Miss Rogers, that she's going to be selling because I only have so much time in the day. I enjoy painting. I need so Miss Rogers going to be handling that, then portrait art, and then money that she makes. Her part is her part. Another part, one half, would go to the 3 different causes that I was saying. It would go to my son, and she give it to my son. Then he would give it to the attorney, and the attorney would, as part of the trust. And then I'll be able to register. I want to name the emergency shelter, a Brandon's house, because like for Mary Lee and her son Daniel. It's called the Honor Bunker. And so from there, but it does DBA, does business as the coffee bunker. So with that, my place for Brandon Bunker, my friend who froze to death, I want to name it, get official Brandon's house. And then for other vets that leave the coffee bunker, when they have, cognitive issues, have traumatic brain injury or whatever, The other investigators tell them, hey, it's time to go. We're going to do, Brandon's house. DBA would be, the bunkhouse. So they leave the coffee bunker and other rescue details that are filling this and may have some cognitive issues or whatever. Hey, it's time to go. Let's go to the bunkhouse. So so it actually has a functional purpose within there. And so with that, I'm really trying to save lives. I'm trying to help people. And it's not about a single dollar bill because I'm living in projects now, and I've lived in the same projects in the same since I was 5 years old. I went in the military, went around the world, lived around town, but I'm back over the same general area. So with that, I'm happy. I don't, you know, I'm not rich, but the money I make from certain art, it can enrich other people and causes, and that's what I'm about. So with that being said, I'm not going to overtalk. I'm going to go ahead and get to work. I got some coffee over here, and then I'm gonna we'll get ready real quick. I gotta go do something. I'll be back in like 1 minute. Eat a little sandwich real quick. I'm gonna put on some music real quick also. I'll be using acrylic, so I have some water here. I have a cup. I have a palette knife in there, and that way, there's a pro tip right there. That way, you don't accidentally. That way, you don't confuse it for another cup. What you're drinking from. This is pretty straightforward. Got I asked the brother, hey, do you want me to put some of the colors around there, like background? So I'm gonna do that. Keep it kind of same. Little blue circle, yellow, and then from there, the child has two different, has the hair over here, kind of a orange tint. Over here would be kind of darker, and then right down here got some curls. Uh, that's going to be a lighter value. Other than that, there's a shadow underneath to the, underneath where the hair is along the neck. This is for the artist. So with that, that's going to be probably the darkest part of that, the pupils. And then from there, you know, um, just kind of different values that are darker. Over here, I have some different, some different, that's not yellow, kind of orange, but also, I'm thinking of a nickel nickel azo yellow, kind of orange, and it will give it a nice tint to it and give it some character. With some character, the paint that is, I'll show you when we get to. Um, so with that, it'd be semi-transparent, but I'm gonna layer it so I'm gonna give it some volume. So in short, of course, this is just a two-dimensional surface. I'm trying to make it look three-dimensional, and with that, trying to give the hair some volume and stuff. Other than that, the child has, backpack on one shoulder and then a red shirt. And other than that, what I'm trying to say also is the picture, it doesn't have to be photorealistic as far as the shadow, cast shadow, because I don't know the light source, and that's not what they're trying. They didn't ask me that, so. With that, if I capture the person's essence, which I will, of this child smiling, being happy, the smile with the eyes and the mouth, and just capture the overall expression. That's what I'm going for. You know, they they don't care if it's photorealistic, so I'm gonna make it as realistic as I can. That's but my point in saying all that to y'all is it's not important as far as shadows. Like there's a shadow from the hair, there's a shadow on the forehead, and that doesn't matter. I can paint that just a regular skin tone, and they will love it just the same. Then I ask for photorealism it to be that shadow, the cast shadow, reflective light, and all that. Yeah, there's one. So make it as realistic as possible for those that are aspiring artists or those that are trying to get some knowledge or some insight into my thinking, my process, and what I'm about to do. Capturing the person's overall essence, making it as realistic as possible. That's my overall goal, and I will achieve that here in a few minutes. And so it's a Friday evening. Just enjoying doing this. Trying to take some time away from being on social media all the time too. I kind of took a week off, kind of surfed the web, and now I got so many different art projects that we can do for society and people in general. And I'm looking forward to it. I'll be painting 7 days a week, at least till holidays are over. And so with that, I'm gonna finish eat my sandwich and get to it. And then I'm gonna put on some music. Drinking some tea right now. I got some coffee. So I'm just gonna go to about midnight. I got to go to work tomorrow at She-Brews, and if I don't finish it tonight, I'll have most of it done. As far as that, I might have the face done in about 3 hours. To get the hair started, the values may not be perfect, and then finish it tomorrow at work. All right, I'm back. I'm ready to start now. Plug this in right here. Cool. I'll play some music, uh, but I can't really let y'all hear what I'm listening to because TikTok don't care if I play music in the background. But Facebook's kind of iffy. But you, as far as that, but YouTube definitely would copyright strike my stuff, and so it would be like I couldn't even show them the video, recorded. So I'm not gonna play no music, so only I can hear it. So I'm about to start. I'm not gonna overtalk it. I'm gonna put my paint on palette and get to it. I appreciate y'all watching. I got 3 hours and 20 minutes to do as much as I can. That's another thing too. Just so y'all know, I never rush any portraits. I take my time with all of them. Every portrait, I give it my all. You know, because it's stable. Uh, I like to use daggers slash sabers because they work as like three brushes in one when I'm doing portraits. That is. Yeah, like here's one. That I'll start with that one to get the finer details. Of course, I'm going to use a liner for the pupils and that, and to do the eyes and on that. Obviously. Ah! Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna give you all a secret. This is the key to making your acrylic paint. Is the importance. This is the key to make it more oil-like. So they add like a flow additive. That's something that slow down the drying process, like a fluid retarder. Something that slow down drying process. One that you want to put it in a micro spray, not a regular spray, because you don't want to have any droplets. So like that. That gives you more time to make your acrylic paint flow like an oil. I'm gonna do the eyes first. So when I just sprayed that fluid, it'll be dry by then. But we'll do the eyes first, and then do the face overall shape, and then do the teeth and the lips and stuff, and then the neck. Basically, the neck and the face at the same time. The eyes first. Yeah. And then do the darker values and go mid, tone to light. And then from there, I'll do the hair. So with that, I'm not going to sing on music. I'm not going to talk it. Oh God! Oh, sorry. It was a commercial. Some Payne's gray, some Perusian blue. There's some shading gray. When it dries, it has a nice sheen, nice sheen to the hair. Okay, bam, found it. So I got some black flash for the background. I'm gonna do the circles of the yellow and blue, make it make it true to what I see. All right. Oh, here's that nickel azo yellow, AZO. So with that, as you see, it's semi-transparent, and when it dries, it will have that nice shine. So we'll put that on that side. Yeah, that's what I was looking for before. Found it. Got some transparent orange. That might add another value to the hair to the right. So I'll put that out there. Just another tool for us to use in our arsenal to red oxide, maybe. We'll see. I'm ready to start. All right. Look at my palette. Hold on a second. I got to grab something just to show you, for example. How's that? Comparative analysis. How's a comparative analysis? So I could use this as a palette, or I could use something square, like with the piconis on one palette. I could use this as a palette. I'm going to use this one today. Dun, 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 dun. Put some plastic on that. Somebody the other day said, "Oh, that's real nice. It looks good. You're drawing." I said, "It's not a drawing. It's just an outline." I said, "That's." Hold on, so I got to stop the music. I said, "He said it looks real good." I said, "Yeah, that's really that's 1/3 of it, or not half. Getting the drawing right, proportions right, and then the other half, you know, the other part is setting up, and then the last part is actually so one half major portion, making sure the drawings right, proportions right, and then the other part is." just doing it. So they're both equal parts, in other words. So you don't want one eye off, just something nostril, the shape of the face. One, so that's why I draw it out perfectly before I do that. So yeah, so half the struggle is already done. It's taken care of. The rest is just putting the values in the right place. Right tonal value, right paint, pigment, yada yada. So here I go. I'm gonna put the paint on my palette. I got looking for actually my titanium white. And I can start. Okay. Got some other white, but I'm looking for titanium white. Got it. Well, there's different mix of music. Okay, here. For the cheers. The pain's gray. Ah, It's a raw umber, two different brands for the underpin. Some burnt umber. I'm doing some gray to mix with the white for the eyes because they're not actually totally white. Got to shade them. Eyeballs are actually, 3 dimensional. Some yellow okra, some raw sienna opec. Whew. Mm. Oh, I'll be back in a second. Got to the break for a second. Put titanium white in it. Okay, right now. Got to brighten up the teeth here in a minute with some zinc white. That's semi-transparent to bring the whiteness back to it. But if I just put titanium white on a white canvas, it ain't gonna look right. So anyway, all right. Oh, take a break for a minute. I'm cooking some noodles right now. Uh, oh, I need to, all right. Almost done. back. On the brighten up the eyes, I'm putting some ivory white in there. Make the eyes shine a little bit more. Then I'm gonna brighten up the teeth a little bit too. Okay. Yeah, but I shine a little more. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Maybe. There we go. There's that zinc wine I was talking about, and that's transparent, so I can put over. Hold on a second. I guess I use a darker off white to put the base coat for the teeth. I do it for anybody's teeth because if I just put titanium white on a white canvas, there's really no depth. There's no texture. There's no depth. There's no you know no 3D structure. But by doing it like that, and then bringing back the whiteness, the lighterness of that, it actually makes more gives it more realism. Here's a pro tip also: use something to get uh, yeah tubes of paint open because if I could sit here and open it without it, but if I do it 100 times, and this is for the new artists or novice artists, that you know, you're gonna feel it. The cumulative effect if you don't have some pliers open it. Matter of fact, man, I ain't used this for 3 minutes. Okay, got it. I need both my hands because it's chips. It's thin aluminum versus something like that with a better cap. This one here, I'm trying my best not to make it bright, because once I twist that aluminum open, it's just part of the product, and they're paint pigments wasted. Right. So here's this nickel azo yellow I'm going to use for this. So I was eating yellow, like UHUE, nickel azo yellow. For the right side, I did a transparent orange. I use those for. And then for this side, I'll use some of this for figure both sides for. Let's see. I'll show you. with this Perusian blue, which is lighter than ivory black. Kind of on the what's to the sides of the cheeks and neck, but in between that and the hair. So uh, if I need to darken it, I can. All right. I'm gonna use a dark, not burnt umber, for the darkest value for the left side. Then I'm gonna use some lighter browns to give it the shape and contrast. pull some of it out. There you go. Perfect. It's a transparent orange. Cool thing about it being transparent orange is I can go ahead and go over the darker lines. And it's not going to lose the lines. This is more that transparent orange. transparent. I want to do the trick. Sure do. That's a wine guy. It don't have the gas or truck. It don't have gas or All right, so some of the hair at on the left side where it's actually a little bit lighter than that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Change his background to the clothing tomorrow and signing. Appreciate y'all watching.